Welcome to Draft Utopia here on Restream and TalkShoe. Chris Ransom, Joseph Potter here. Today we'll get the top 10 middle linebacker rankings. You'll also get a final draft of the year, the final draft of the year. I will be picking for the Patriots, Colts, and Ravens. Joey will be picking for the Broncos, Texans, and Commanders. But the final group mock of the year, that'll be later today. You'll get some college football and college soccer updates. We get conference championship week in college football. We have Elite Eight games in college soccer that are going to decide who goes to the Final Four. In the women's tournament, all four of the Final Four teams were ACC teams: Stanford, Wake Forest, Duke, and North Carolina. And the crazy part is Florida State was the number one overall seed, and then they got knocked off by Vanderbilt. I told you that already, but that's nuts that the ACC. The good news is for men's soccer, there will only be 2 or 3 Final Four teams. Whoever wins the UMass Denver game will be in the Final Four, not representing the ACC. But we got the MLS Cup today. My LA Galaxy play the New York Red Bulls. That is at 4 p.m. So there's a lot to get into, but we're going to start with the middle linebacker rankings. We only got 10 middle linebackers this week, but don't worry, I've got 25 corners and 15 safeties for the next 2 shows. But we'll start with Danny Stutzman, Oklahoma middle linebacker. He is the one guy that I have in the second round at this point. I had Deontay Lawson as my linebacker 1, but he suffered a season-ending injury a few weeks ago, so I decided to move Stutzman ahead of him. And Stutzman is now the number 1 in middle linebacker on my board. But he can play inside or outside. That's the thing with Stutzman. He's a 43 guy, but he's versatile enough to play anywhere in the 43 defense. And he reminds me of who's the guy the Chiefs added? I'm trying to think. The guy they added in free agency from the Chargers. I don't remember his name at the top of my head, Joey. You'll have to excuse me. Drew Tranquill. Yeah. Stutzman reminds me of Drew Tranquill. That would be my comp for him. But I think he's the best middle linebacker in what appears to be I'm not going to say an underwhelming class, but I do feel like there is as much talent at the position this year compared to previous years. But I do think there is talent. But Stutzman came in at 60 on my big board. What do you have to say about Danny Stutzman, the Oklahoma linebacker? He played really well against Alabama a few weeks ago in that 24-3 win for the Sooners. That was a big win for Oklahoma at the time. And Alabama pretty much needed all the breaks to go their way to get that last playoff spot. They needed all the chaos that happened on Saturday with the Hurricanes losing to get back into the playoff. But they did end up getting the breaks they needed. Okay, so my volume's working. I have him at 60 on my big board. He could go higher than that. I don't think he's going to go lower than that. unless he just interviews really poorly at the combine because there's no off the field stuff, there's no medical flags. So I think 60 would be the furthest he fell, but he could go higher than that. You could be looking at a situation where he gets pushed up like Jack Campbell 2 years ago. But for right now, he's the number one guy. Yeah. I had like a second or third round grade on Campbell, but he did get pushed into the first round. So there is a chance somebody drafts Stutzman a lot earlier than where he's projected to go. The next middle linebacker, I think the Lions will lose the Super Bowl to either Baltimore or Kansas City, but I do think they're going to win out. They're going to win the rest of their regular season games and enter the Super Bowl on an 18 game on a 17 game winning streak, looking for win number 18 to end the year in Louisiana, 18th state admitted into the Union. So that's another catch 22, but that's neither here nor there. I think Andy Reid's gonna if it no, and Andy Reid's gonna be the one body slamming Matt Campbell or Dan Campbell. You said Matt Campbell. That's the Iowa State coach. Matt Campbell's the Iowa State coach. You've just affirmed Arizona State's victory. I know you meant Dan Campbell. All right, but yeah. Um, Nick Martin, the Oklahoma State middle linebacker, comes in at 2 on my rankings. I had him at 3 initially. I had Lawson at 1, Stutzman at 2, and Martin at 3 initially, but Lawson's injury knocked him down to 3. Martin now moves up to 2, but I basically have the same floor and ceiling grade on Martin and Lawson. I only have the 3 spots apart from each other. I have Martin at 92 and Lawson at 95. So I could be overthinking this, but at this point, I do have Nick Martin at number 2 in terms of floor and ceiling. He is my number 2 middle linebacker. Yeah. And I've got the exact same floor and ceiling grade on both players. It's just because of the medicals, I have Martin slightly higher than Lawson at the moment. But I don't think you can go wrong with either player, Joey. But those are the 2 third round middle linebackers. Then we get to round 4 here. Um, is I'm just double checking something here on my notes on my phone as well as the visuals. Number 4 is Jay Higgins. He comes in at 107. I gave him a floor grade of 62, but a ceiling grade of 94. I think his ceiling is higher than any linebacker in the draft. I have Stutzman at a 91 for ceiling. I have Jackson and I've got a Martin and Lawson at a 90 for ceiling. So I do think Higgins' ceiling is higher than any linebacker in the draft, but he missed a lot of tackles on tape in 2023. I don't think he's necessarily cleaned that part of his game up, but if he shows he can clean that part of his game up, that's going to improve his floor grade drastically to the point where it's much higher than a 62. But until he cleans that up, where he doesn't miss as many tackles, I got him at 107. But I think you could argue, even though I have Jay Higgins at 107, you could argue his ceiling's higher than any middle linebacker in the class. It's just, do you think you can clean up the missed tackles with him? That's the big knock. That's the big question. If you think you can, should gamble on him. And if not, let him slide to day 3 and go from there. But, I I agree. So I'm looking at Fred Warner was a guy I was completely wrong about. I know Thomas Coburn loved Fred Warner. I think I had like a seventh on Warner because he missed so many tackles at BYU when watching his 2017 tape leading up to the 2017-2018 season. Then I watched more of his tape, and I still felt like that was an issue. And, he pulled a complete 180 once he went to San Francisco and he turned things around. Could we see the same thing happen with Higgins? Absolutely. But I think it comes down to fit more than anything else. Being in the right environment. Absolutely. I couldn't agree more. Smile Mondin, the Georgia middle linebacker, came in at number 5 on my rankings. Smile Mondin Jr., he came in at 115 on my rankings. I've got Higgins at 107. But yeah, I've got a floor of 60 for Mondin, a ceiling of 89. But Mondin is one of the final middle linebacker that I have a 4th round grade on. But yes, Smile Mondin, he he's pretty interesting player to watch on Georgia. He was on my radar a few years ago, but he came back to Georgia. I got a 4th on him. I do think he can develop into a starter. He may end up starting out as a backup, but Agreed. Next up, we've got two middle linebackers in the fifth round. I think there's two more middle linebackers I have starter grades on, and they're both in the fifth round of my big board. Francis Maui Goa, Miami, Florida middle linebacker. I have him at 145, and then I have North Carolina's Power Eccles at 149. But those two middle linebackers came in at 6 and 7 on my rankings. Um, Francis Maui Goa, the Miami linebacker. Y Yeah, my floor grade for Mao is a 57, but my ceiling grade for him is an 87. Anything above an 85 is starter potential, but he's so raw. There are plays where he plays like he's got that 87 potential, and there's other plays where he plays like he's got the 57 floor grade I gave him. And I'm guessing that's the most irritating thing when you're watching his tape, Joey, is it's not always there consistently. Yep. And Power Eccles, he impressed me at North Carolina. I mean, North Carolina's had some good middle linebackers. They had a linebacker that the Cowboys drafted in the third round of the 2021 draft. They had Cedric Gray in last year's draft, and they had Power Eccles this year. North Carolina is just one of these teams that's continuing to produce NFL middle linebackers. But Eccles is the final guy I have a starter grade on at this position. And then the last three guys in this list, I've got backup grades on. But Eccles, I do like Eccles. What's interesting, Joey, is the drop off for me begins after Eccles because the last three linebackers are Tristan Sinclair, Oluwafemi Oladejo, UCLA, and Sam Brunfield, Virginia Tech. The drop off for me begins after Eccles from starter to backup. I'm guessing after Higgins, that's when the drop off sort of begins for you. After Higgins or maybe Mondin, that's really when the drop off begins for you with this group. Yeah, and Sinclair, I do have a backup grade on him. I have a sixth round grade on Sinclair. I have a sixth round grade on Oluwafemi Oladejo, the UCLA middle linebacker, and Sam Brunfield. I have a seventh on him. I've got backup grades on those, but they round out the group. I named three actually. I named Sinclair from Stanford. I have him at 8. I have Oluwafemi Oladejo at 9. Yeah, definitely. Oluwafemi Oladejo, the UCLA linebacker, came in at 9. Sam Brunfield of Virginia Tech came in at 10 behind Sinclair. Yeah. Yeah. Agreed. I did just get a text from William. I'm gonna check my phone. I'm not sure what that sent photo. Check this out. Awesome. So I guess our engagement has increased to 67.2 thousand, and our engagement is up 17.6 thousand from the past 28 days. That's just a metric William showed me on Facebook. I'm talking about the engagement on social media, Joey. The engagement we're getting from our audience, not yeah. I'm with. I've been with. No, 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 Joey. I'm talking about engagement with viewers, Joey. Viewership, Joey. Viewership. Viewership's up 67,000 in the past 28 days. That's a 706% increase. So no, 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 no. I'm talking about engagement on social media, but the metrics look amazing. Yeah, William does a lot of hard work. Yes, he's great with social media, takes pressure off me. He's amazing. Yeah, make our Facebook page grow organically. I really give William credit for that. Yeah, absolutely. The draft simulator. I'm seeing what we can get. Awesome. So Judon full for a set. I've just gotten 66, 92, and 129 from the Jaguars for I made a trade with the Jaguars, so I got some extra draft picks for the Patriots with the simulator today. But I've got the Patriots, the Colts. They're my long distance partners team. She's a Colts fan, and I'm a Patriots fan, and picking for the Ravens. So if William was here today, he'd be picking for the Broncos and Ravens, but he's not. So Joey's picking for the Broncos, Texans, and Commanders. But yeah, I have Travis Hunter ahead of Will Campbell on my board now, unfortunately, because Will Campbell, he gave up another sack against Oklahoma, so he's at 4 sacks allowed, 12 pressures on the year, 12 quarterback pressures on the year. So, yeah, I still have Campbell at number 2 on my board, but I moved him down a spot. And as harsh as that is a fair take. I think the thing that moves Hunter up to cornerback 1 is the fact that Benjamin Morrison's missed 7 games due to an injury and Will Johnson's missed 6 games due to an injury. It's not that those guys aren't better in coverage. You could argue that they are. It's just the durability factor. The best availability is best available. The best durability is maybe availability, and well, Hunter's been healthier, so I think that does work in his favor. First 3 picks were, the Jags took Travis Hunter, the Raiders took Shedeur, and the Giants took Cam Ward. So I'm on the board at number 4. The 2 players Elliott Wolf reportedly loves are Ashton Ginty and Tatoria McMillan. And I don't think the Patriots are going to take another running back this early because they've already paid Ramondre Stevenson after his rookie deal. So I'm gonna, even though McMillan is not the high, even though Will Campbell is the highest ranked player on my board, I'm going to do this draft from a what would Elliott Wolf do perspective. Tried to at least for the first round, and then with my remaining picks. So I'm going to go McMillan here, go a little bit off the grid here, and get Drake May as number 1 receiver. So He also took Caden Wallace in round 3 of this year's draft, and Wallace hasn't been good. Layden Robinson's been okay as a rookie. But I think May is probably the only player from this class that would get extended at this point. Just looking at the Patriots 2024 draft in hindsight, I still think there's time for Polk and Javon Baker to develop into targets. But with McMillan, they don't have to worry about being the number one guy. McMillan takes that pressure off of them. They can just develop. And I'm still putting it on Elliott Wolf. I don't give people the benefit of the doubt. They have to earn my trust by winning championships. No, he wants to see him earn it. Kraft wants to see Wolf earn it. I think he's earned it now, but I am putting the strap on Wolf, whether you like it or not. I just am. Like, I don't think that was the case. There were rumors that there were rumors there were rumors that the Patriots wanted McCarthy, but that was all smoke and mirrors. That was just to drive up the value for their pick, and they ended up taking Drake May. They made the correct decision as a team. But as far as the group mock, as far as the mock goes, Panthers go Kelvin Banks Jr. at 5. The Jets get Ashton Genty. They already have the Connerly goes to the Titans at left tackle. Quinn Ewers is a Brown. Mason Graham is a Saint. Restrepo replaces Higgins and Cincy. Wyatt Milam is a Bear. Nussmeier is a Dolphin, Derek Harmon's a Cowboy, and Will Campbell's a 49er, a bookend to Trent Williams, and could potentially play left tackle if Williams is injured. So that those are some interesting picks. If Ewers leads Texas to a championship like Lisa predicts, he'll get picked in the first round, whether we like it or not. He'll get picked. He'll get drafted. 2 decades. Vince Young was 2006. So yeah, nearly 20 years. Yeah, Colts need to fix their secondary. Yeah, and the Colts, I'm gonna go Will Johnson's gonna be the Colts corner. The Colts need a number one corner really badly, so Will Johnson's gonna makes too much sense here for me. Jonas Savannah Ursrich. Yeah, you're not trade the Joey's picking for the Broncos. You do have some trade offers here. Um, the Char the Chargers made the best offer. They offered 25, 175, 224, a second, fifth, and Christian Fulton. Packers offered a first, second, 27, 58, a sixth, and seventh. I don't think you want to move down though. These are all whatever offers. But there's been a run on left tackles. Like I am in trouble. Ursary went in the first round. I am in trouble. I mean, right now, the best left tackle on the simulator is Josh Simmons, but I am in trouble because all the good left tackles that I was looking at are gone. So I might have to trade for somebody with my second round pick for the Patriots. I might actually have to trade for somebody. He's got Garrett Bowles, but Bowles is in a contract year. So if you're taking Simmons, I am making you an offer for Bowles because I think Bowles is better than Simmons. All right. Seattle goes Jalen Milrow. The Commanders have three offers. The Packers are offering 20. That is impressive. 27, 250, and Eric Stokes. Um, yep. Um, you're up again with the Commanders here. And then you got the Texans at 23. So I've got a fourth round grade on Simmons, and frankly, I'm just not. I don't think he's a number one guy. I think he's. I don't think he's a number one guy. But Simmons is a fourth round guy. Um, I, what do you want? What do you want in return for Bowles, Joey? Yeah, I'm there. I'm here, Joey. I'm here. Okay, I'm here. I'm here now. Here you got. What do you want for Bowles? What do you want as far as the return goes? Let me see what draft picks you have before I you do not have a fifth round pick. You've got a second, a third, a fourth, you got three sixths, no sevenths. So here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna I can either offer you 66 and 142, my fifth round pick, or I can offer you 83. I've got four third round picks. I'm 83, 92. If I offer you 66 or 68, I'm only giving you a third and fifth. But if you take 83, I'll give you a fifth and a seventh. So those are my offers. I know they're not great offers, but those are my starting offers um, for bowls. So I made my starting offers for bowls. I'm not muted on TalkShoe. I'm not sure what the heck's happening. Okay, it says connect your audio. My audio is connected. And I know you can hear me, Joey. It's just Okay, so I can offer you 66 and a fifth. I can offer you 68 and a fifth round pick, or I can offer you 83, a fifth, and a seventh because you don't have a fifth or a seventh, and I've got 4 third-round picks. So if you take the lower pick, I'll throw in a fifth and a seventh. But if you take the higher pick, like 68, I will do that. But you only get a third and a fifth for Bulls. But if you take 83, I'll give you a fifth and seventh. It's your call. All right. So 83. All right. So let's see what the simulator has to say about this offer. 83, 241, and 142 for Garrett Bowles. Let's see what the simulator says about this trade. Garrett Bowles, the left tackle, because I do like Bowles. Okay, they say that's a fair deal. So 83, 241, and 142 in the fifth round. And we both agreed to that. So yeah, good deal for both of us. I don't agree with NFL scouts on that. I don't agree with them on that at all. I think I don't even think he's the best lineman in Ohio State. I know I got him at 142 on my big board. So I have Charles Grant of William and Mary graded above Simmons. I've got Charles Grant of William and Mary graded above Simmons. Just throwing that out there. I've got an FCS player graded ahead of Simmons. I'm not high on him at all. But I'm happy you like him enough to where you're willing to discard Bulls because I think Bulls is better than I trust my own evaluations. I want to make sure my evaluations and my scouts evaluations are congruent before I pick a player. And I know my evaluation with Simmons is not going to be congruent with any scouts evaluation. So either they're the problem or I'm the problem. I can choose to be congruent with it. But the thing is, after Simmons, there was just a big drop off in some of these guys. But yeah, Terrence Steele, Cowboys are offering Bengals Bengals and Cowboys are offering stuff, but they're offering picks in next year's draft. But you're on the clock with the Commanders. Yeah. Luther Burden's there. Luther Burden's still there at wide receiver, but there's been a run on tackles. There's been a run on tackles, Joey. Cameron Williams is the best tackle on the board since you took Josh Simmons. Sounds good. And you got the Texans. Texans. You're picking again with the Texans. Interesting. So the Packers offered 127 first and second 2026 Colby Wooden. The Bills have offered 30 and 61 to move up. So the Bills have offered 30 and 61 in this year's draft to move up to 23 where you're picking if you want to move in, move down. Do you want to take this offer from the Bills, 30 and 61 for 23? You move down 7 spots, but you gain an extra second round pick. All right. So who are the Bills moving ahead of the Ravens to get? Damani Jackson. I have him in next year's draft. I don't think he's in this year's draft. I do not want Hayden Hurst or Jake Ferguson. I'm rejecting all of these offers because they're not going to help me now. Um, Looking at my board here, what does my board look like? Burden Morrison's not on the board, so I think I'm going to go with an off the grid pick. Yeah, I'm going to go with James Pierce Jr., edge rusher, Tennessee for the Ravens. I do have Mikael Williams as my number one edge rusher, but I've got Williams in a 34 defensive. I've got Williams. No, I do not want frickin' Carson back. So you're showing me all. All right, so we will take James Pierce Jr. out of Tennessee here. Give the Ravens a sack artist at edge rusher. And Pierce Jr. is a 34 outside linebacker. He's the best one in the draft, so we'll take him here. It's a good pick for the Ravens. And the Packers are trying to no, these are first round picks next year. These are not good deals. You should pick here. Texans are up at 30. Texans are up at 30. Anybody you have your eye on here? Um, Imanawari, Princely Umanian, Jade Barron, Trey Harris, Malachi Starks, Hampton, Ekbuka. Yeah, Egbuka's on the board if you want another receiver. Or do you want Starks? Starks is it? Yeah, Starks is there. Starks is on the board. The Chiefs get Memba at right tackle, and the Raiders get Barron, Pierce, Mabo. The Bills are offering Benford a first, fourth, and seventh for 36. I'm not trading my pick to a rival team. All right, let's see what we can get here because we got Egbuka is really good value here, but I'm seeing what else is available on my board. I mean, yeah, because right now the thing I've noticed is where is Mikael Williams listed in the simulator? Mikael Williams of Georgia. If he's listed, yeah, they all right. I guess I'm gonna go with Egbuka and double up at receiver. I know I need an edge rusher, but I've got multiple third round picks and I traded for Garrett Bowles, so I think I'm gonna be okay at left tackle. Doubling up at receiver is probably the best option, considering my options. No, no. All right, Colts. What do we got here? I got Igbuka at 10 on my board, and a lot of the times when I'm making a pick, I'll go for the best value on my big board. Um, if you got a guy at 10 on your board and he falls to round 2, you pound the table for him at that point, and that's why I doubled up at receiver. Colts go Morrison. Interesting. The Bills have just offered you Dawson Knox for your pick straight up. They've offered you Dawson Knox and they've offered you a draft pick. A draft pick this round plus Dawson Knox. So that's a good bargain. That's a good return. Honestly, if you don't like the tight ends on if you'd rather have an experienced tight end over one of the rookies, that's a good return. He got extended after his rookie deal, but he's filled in for Dalton Kincaid since Kincaid got injured a few weeks ago. So yeah, it's 60 and Knox. So you move down. I thought the Bills gave you the Texans 60, but whatever. It's a second round pick and Dawson Knox for 53. Yeah. Yeah, I'm checking something on the simulator here. Um okay. Would you do Texans are on the clock. Mikael Williams is still there at 54. I'm preparing to offer you 66 and 105 to move up to get him right here with the Patriots pick if you decide to move down. 66 and 105. 66 is the first pick in round, is second pick in round 3 and the fourth pick in round 4. You'd be moving down 12 slots from 54 to 66, but you'd pick up a fourth as well. If you're not interested, you can take the player you want here, and I'll try to wait for Williams at 66. I think that's more than a fair offer, but if you'd rather pick here, that's fine. You got Greener and Will Anderson. Let me see what else is on the board here before I commit to giving up more than I'm giving up a third and a fourth. You have 54. I'm giving up 66 and 105. What I'm offering you is more than fair. A 4 and a 3. A four and a fourth. I'm offering you a third and a fourth for 54. I'm offering you 66 and 105. That's the second pick in round 3 and the fourth pick in round 4. That's what I'm offering you for a 54. No. No. No, 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 no. Because I still have 68, but I trade 66 away and I get an edge rusher that I need. So it's a good deal for both of us. I still have I still have 130, 129, and I've got 68. I got 68 and 92. So I can still make some good picks and 129. I can still make some good picks with those selections, but I get my edge rusher. And I've got my core players here. I mean, so I got my left tackle in Bowles. I got two weapons in McMillan and Egbuka. And now Vikings are offering me 97, 164, 146, third and fourth next year for Byron Murphy. That's not a bad return. That's not a bad return, but I'm going to take Williams here. I'm going to take Williams here after giving up all the draft capital I gave up, but that's not a bad offer by the Vikings. But I needed an edge rusher, and if the guy I have a first round grade on, my number one edge rusher, is there at 56, and you've got 3 or 4 third round picks and three, if you got like 4 thirds and 3 fourth round picks, you give him a third and fourth, and you go get your guy at that point. So that's the thought. And And the Ravens are going to get Tyler Booker out of Alabama in round 2. We got James Pierce in round 1 and Booker in round 2. As a Browns fan, you really hate the fact that the Ravens got Pierce and Booker in rounds 1 and 2. That really irritates you. They ended up with both. Let's look at the offensive line here. Fairchild's still there. Probably should have grabbed Fairchild, but the Ravens right guard is Falele and their left guard is Makari right now. Makari's a free agent after this year, and Voorhees lost the left guard job to Makari as Rosengarten. So Booker's a better fit for the Ravens, but Fairchild's available. Sam Cosmi's a UFA, Joey. Cosmi's a UFA at right guard. You could grab Fairchild here and keep everyone else on the offensive line in their respective roles. There's not a left tackle worth picking here that would beat out Brandon Coleman. But you could get Cosmi's replacement in Fairchild. Fair, Dylan Fairchild, Georgia right guard is there. If you want a right guard to replace Sam Cosmi, he's a free. You're picking for the Commanders. You're picking for the Commanders. Fairchild's the Georgia left guard. Tate Ratledge is the right guard. Sorry, I got those two confused. But you're picking for the Commanders here. And most of the left guards are gone. You want a right guard, you could get Luke Kandra. Most of the left tackles are gone, though. I don't think there's a left tackle who can replace. Yeah, but I think he got picked already. Ratledge. His teammate Dylan Fairchild's still on the board, the left guard, but I don't know. Yeah, Jack Sawyer's there, but I can see why he's still on the board after his incident against Michigan last week. I have him at like 35, but the draft simulator has him at 26, even after his incident last week. And NCAA is talking about banning people from planting flags on their opponent's sidelines. They want to just eliminate that altogether, make it illegal, just to prevent the fights, because they know. But here's the thing, Joey. North Carolina State did the same thing against North Carolina. A fight broke out. So this happened in multiple games. Multiple games this happened in where teams planted flags. So the NCAA is looking at it saying, we got to make this illegal just to prevent fights, just to encourage player safety and prevent fights. We got to make this illegal. Even if it pisses off the fans, we got to do it. That was not a rivalry game. That was an out of conference game. That was an out of conference game, Joey. That was an out of conference game. There's a big distinction between. No, it's a regular season game. No, regular season, buddy. No, it was a regular season game. Georgia beat Oklahoma in the playoff in Baker's draft year. It was a regular season game. No, it was a regular season game. Sport was there. Xavier Watts is still there. Yeah. I'm sure you like Sawyer. There's other guys still on the board. Nick Scorton of Texas A&M, who's my number 2 defensive end, is still there. I got a first on Scorton. He's still there. Interesting. Yeah. Steelers with a very bizarro draft. They got Gray Zabel, the North Dakota State left tackle, in round 1. And then in round 2, they go Torrey Horton. So Torrey Horton is a Steeler. I know that pisses you off too. You do not want to see Torrey Horton on the Steelers in real life. But yep. You do have 60 and 61. You have 60, you have 60 with the Broncos and 61 with the Texans. And those are the last two picks. Yeah. Scorton is there. Xavier Watts is there. Scorton is there, the Texas A&M defensive end, but the Broncos have Cooper and Bonito. I don't think they need another edge rusher at this point. They both look good this year. Xavier Watts is there if you want a safety to pair with your corners. Xavier Watts, the Notre Dame safety, still there. Um, Tight ends are there. Fairchild, or yeah. Broncos have Ben Powers at left guard, and they got McGlinchey at right tackle, and they gave Miners an extension. So I feel like the Broncos' only weakness on the offensive line's at center. They did Wilson. Um, Let me look. Ernest Green. If they're lower on Wilson than you are, oh nope, Wilson's there. Wilson's there. I got him at I got him at 133 on my board. Most boards have him at like 210 though, which is way too low. I got him at 133, which is harsh but fair. There's other boards that have him at like 210. That's just I like Parker Brailsford and I like Jonah Monheim more than Wilson, but Wilson's number 3 for me. And I guess that's because those linemen started multiple years, whereas Wilson's only a 1 year starter. That really hurts a lot of scouts. Well, it's the late second round, but you've got one more command with the Texans. You got the Texans pick at 61. Texans 61. It's your pick. Round two. We're at pick 61 in round two. No, no, I have Wilson fourth. I've got Wilson in the late fourth on my board at 133, which you could argue is a fifth round pick. But as far as our draft, we got the Texans here. You're up again with the Texans. Remember that song by Shaggy in the 90s called Wasn't Me? That song by Shaggy in the 90s, it was called Wasn't Me. It came out in like the late 90s. That's the song I would use to describe the play of the Texans offensive line this year. I love it. I love it too. I used to listen to Shaggy back in the day too, but the Texans offensive line reminds me of that song by Shaggy this year. Yeah, agreed. You took Starks. That's the only player you picked for the Texans, but you do have 66 in addition to 61 thanks to the trade you made with me. I don't know if Ratledge is there. Um, Let me double check to see where Ratledge got picked. He got picked by the Bears in round two at 42. Fairchild's there. Fairchild's there if you want a left guard. Fairchild's there. All right. And Denzel Burke is an Eagle. The Chiefs just took Dion Walker. The Chiefs, the Kansas City Chiefs just drafted Dion Walker at 64. I think that pisses you off more than any of the picks Howie Roseman's made on the simulator. Well, Ajani Cornelius, the Oregon right tackle, and Denzel Burke, the Ohio State corner, are the picks the Eagles, Howie Roseman's made in the simulator. So those are not great picks. Chiefs got Deion Walker. Brett Veach, best GM in football. I still think Brett Veach is the best GM in football. The Chiefs GM is the best GM in football. I still believe that. But regardless of how we feel about this, yes, Brett Veach. Brett Veach is the best GM in football, the Chiefs GM. I believe he tooth and nail, he's the best GM in football. He had Mahomes on his radar before I did. So that should tell you. Oh, the SEC crew made college game day grilled cheese sandwiches with barbecue in them. Grilled cheese sandwiches with barbecue in them. That sounds amazing. So Pat McAfee and Saban are munching on that. Yeah. Okay, you were on the clock with the Texans in round 3. You got Fairchild. Yep. All right. You got picks. I'm sorry if I distracted you, Joey. That's my fault. You've got the second pick in round 3. The Giants took Curtis Rourke with the first pick in round 3 as a backup to Cam Ward. So Curtis Rourke comes off the board here. Scorton's still there. Watson's still. Yeah. Yeah, I agree. That is an interesting strategy. Texans, it's round 3. All the tight ends are still on the board. Nick Scorton's still there, the Texas A&M edge rusher. If you want edge depth, Xavier Watts is there, the Notre Dame safety. He's still there. What position? Um, so Fannin, Bowling Green, Warren, Penn State, and Loveland, Michigan are the consensus top 3. Harold Fannin, that's who you want? All right. Yeah, I'm gonna take Nick Morton here. He's my number 2 edge rusher, so I've doubled up at receiver, I doubled up at edge rusher, and I traded for Garrett Bowles. How do you feel about that so far, Joey? I doubled up at receiver, I doubled up at edge rusher, and I got a left tackle in Bowles thanks to the trade I made with you. That's not a bad start. In Interesting. The Rams have offered you 82 and 118 for 77, the Commanders pick. That's a good value, and you get a 7th next year too in 2026. That's a good return. So you want to do that? Um, Hampton, Omari, Jihad Campbell, and Hampton are there. Omarion Hampton and Jihad Campbell are there. Mike Green and Marshall's still there. Um, but I think this is a good return. You only move down 5 spots. You pick up a 4th. We can minimize this and then reopen it if the player North Carolina running back. Yeah, Loveland's still there. So is Warren. So is Xavier Watt. Well, Blackman's a UFA, and the number next best player on my board here is let's see here. I've been going based off of scheme fits, philosophies, other things. Xavier Watts is number 13 on my big board, so we're gonna grab him here with the Colts. I think so far with the Colts, I've gone Will Johnson, Benjamin Morrison, and Xavier Watts. All my picks for the Colts have been secondary players so far. We still have the Maryland safety Nick Cross on a rookie deal. Maryland safety Nick Cross. He threw 300 yards. He had 300 yards against the Jets. He did have 300 yards against the Jets. And here's a surprise. I think the Colts get in as the last wild card. Because here's the thing: if the Bengals, Broncos, and Colts all finish the year 9-8, Broncos beat the Colts, Bengals beat the Broncos. and the Colts go 9-8 and they beat the Titans at home, they beat the Giants on the road, and they beat the Jaguars at home with Mac Jones, which is doable. In that scenario where all three teams go 9-8, the Colts end up screwing the Bengals and the Broncos out of the last wild card. So I do think the Colts are going to end up getting. But here's the thing: if the Bengals win out, the Colts go 9-8, the Broncos go 9-8. There's a three-way tie for the last wild card at 9-8, and the Colts would get it. The Bengals and Broncos would both get screwed over by the Colts. So the Colts are going to have to slip up against somebody because after they play the Broncos in their bye week on the road, they get the Titans at home, the Giants on the road, and the Jaguars at home with Mac Jones. Those are all winnable games. If Lawrence was starting, I would pick the Jaguars, but with Mac Jones starting that game, those are all winnable games. And there's a window of opportunity for the Colts to sneak in. But the Bengals and Broncos both have to be 9-8. The Bengals and Broncos both have to be 9-8 in addition to the Colts. If the Colts and Broncos are 9-8 and the Bengals are 8-9, the Broncos get it if they beat the Colts head to head. It's that simple. I think the Bengals are the most deserving if they win out. The problem is if the Colts go 9-8, they're going to steal a spot from the Bengals. You got back-to-back selections with the Broncos at 83 and 84. You took Josh Simmons and Jared Wilson. You've gone offensive line with your first two picks. Um, you did gain Dawson Knox, but you did trade Garrett Bowles. You traded for Dawson Knox, you traded away Garrett Bowles. So it's a very interesting draft. You want to get a running back here? Javonte Williams is a free agent. They do it. Judkins is still there. Singleton's there. Taj Brooks is there. I know you love Brooks. Oli Gordon's there. He has declared for Taj is there. Yeah. Okay. And you've got 84 as well. You've got 84 as well. Best receiver. Well, Lacey's still there. A.O. Manners. Don. You've got 84. The Broncos. Yeah. I'm not sure there's a receiver I like. I mean, Ricky White's there. I like him, but Horton went a lot. Yeah. All right. The Seahawks end up taking Tacario Davis. Seahawks take Tacario Davis. I do like that fit. Um, Let's see what we got here. I'm just seeing what we got here as far as the big board. How does it look? How does it stack up? I appreciate the fact that you trust me as a scout. That does mean a lot to me. I'm just seeing what's available for the Ravens here. Best player on my current board is Sebastian Castro. I have him at 21 on my board. He's there at 93. And I know the Ravens have Kyle Hamilton at strong safety, Marcus Williams at free safety, but right now the backup safety is Eddie Jackson. Is Eddie Jackson in a contract here, or is he going to be on the roster next year? Because if he's not, I not like him coming out of Alabama, but I think he could thrive in a cover two defense because of his zone coverage. Um, Eddie Jackson. Okay, Eddie Jackson signed a $500,000 contract with the Ravens. But the Ravens waived him, so he's not even on the roster anymore, according to Spot Track. He got cut November 23rd. He gave up multiple touchdowns against the Browns. If you saw the Ravens Browns game, Eddie Jackson was the guy giving up the touchdowns in that one. So I'm gonna go Castro here with my guy. Yeah, the only two you should probably pick here. Howie Roseman's trying to lowball you with 165, 158, two fifth round picks and a 2026 third, and the Cowboys are and Jerry Jones is only offering you a third and fourth in next year's draft. So Howie Roseman and Jerry Jones are both trying to lowball the Texans. You're not having any of it. Yeah, the Texans are up. Texans are up. All right. The top back seven. Jalen Walker, Kamari Ramsey, Jihad Campbell's still there. Jihad Campbell's still there. Tyleik Williams is there. Tui Maloau is there. Um, Izararu's there, the Boston College edge rusher. Um, Barrett Carter's there. Lawson's there. Donovan Jackson's there. Stutzman's there. I am sending Cole Strange to the Browns. I am trading Cole Strange to the Cleveland Browns, the Patriots 22 first round pick. See what I can get because I want Clay Webb, but I also want to get some more picks. I'm seeing what I can acquire from the Browns for Clay Webb. They are Texans. The Texans, you mean? Because Aziz because of what Aziz Al Shazir did to Lawrence. Basically, they hate him. They hate the Texans now because of that. I'm laughing because the Browns have offered me their entire draft for Cole Strange. So every single Browns pick, the Browns just pulled a Mike Ditka. They basically offered me their entire draft for Cole Strange. So it's not. The simulator wouldn't reject the trade either. So I have got a ton of picks now, more than I need, but I am gonna have a lot of fun with this. Clay Webb is my pick for the Patriots. I wasn't gonna trade Cole Strange to Howie Roseman. Asim Richards and a 2023 sixth. Nope. Howie Roseman, no. Vikings, Byron Murphy for 94. I'll do that for 94. I love Byron Murphy. I will gladly take him in exchange for pick 94. I like Clay Webb better. I don't dislike Cole Strange. I like Clay Webb better than Cole Strange. And if trading Cole Strange means I get a ton of draft, I agree. I agree with both points. So that's why I traded him. I don't dislike Cole Strange. I like Clay Webb more. So if trading Cole Strange means I get a ton of picks and I get Clay Webb, fine. I'm cool with that. Yeah. The Texans have 104. I think he might get a fifth-year tender. I don't think he'll get extended, but I think he might get a fifth-year tender because he's looked good since he's returned from the Patriots a few weeks ago. Yeah, I try not to give people benefits of the doubt until they earn it. I feel like there's players with more upside, but That's encouraging, but I got to see more to give them the benefit of the doubt. But the Texans have 105. The pick I gave you in the trade for Mikael Williams. You get to make that pick now, Joey. You got Starks, Fairchild, Fannin, and Barrett Carter with the Texans so far. Defensive backs. Let's look. Mukaba, Malachi Moore, Kevin Winston, Maxwell Hairston, Billy Bowman, Lathan Ransom, Dayton Everett, Jason Marshall, Jabbar Muhammad. It's a very deep secondary draft. Kobe Bryant, Nwangpa. Um, there's a lot of good players in the secondary. Yep, and I took Quincy Riley. The Panthers just got Dante Corleone, so Dave Tepper gets to have fun with Dante Corleone. I Yep, and Jake. Yep, Yeah, I took with the Patriots, I ended up taking Quincy Riley. So I've gotten Byron Murphy and Quincy Riley to complement Christian Gonzalez at corner, and I still have Marcus Jones at nickel. But the Colts, I'm going to take Tui Maloa. I'm looking at Tui Maloa. I'm looking at Judkins here. But the Kwity Paye and Deo Odiengbo are both UFAs after this year. So I think Tyquan Lewis is too. So JT Tuimoloau, Ohio State defensive end. It's going to be a Colt here in the fourth round. So fourth defensive. Yeah, the Broncos are up. You've got this pick at 122. It does. Kurt, it's, yeah, the Broncos are up. Um, you've got the next pick in the fourth round. Yeah, you've got Dawson Knox from the Bills. So far with the Broncos, you've taken Josh. Let me see if this is all correct. Available prospects, draft tracker, team trade console, and it's only showing me Washington. But Denver, you took Josh Simmons, left tackle, Jared Wilson, center, Taj Brooks, Ricky White, and you got 122. So this is the current pick you're on. So you took a receipt, and you got a tight end. You got Dawson Knox in the trade with the Bills. So you got Josh Simmons, Jared Wilson, Taj Brooks, Ricky White, and Dawson Knox. Your draft so far. Yep. Yeah. He has Riley Moss too, who's also in the top six in coverage rating this year, along with Sertan, and they've got Damari Mathis, the nickel. They drafted Chris Abrams-Drain. He looked good against the Browns in limited action. Levi Wallace sucks though. He's going to be gone after this year. They also have McMillan, who had the pick six. Yeah, because he was supposed to be the number. He was supposed to be the nickel, but he got demoted to number four once Mathis came back from his injury. And even McMillan's getting more playing time than Wallace. So that should tell you something about Wallace. He'd be number six. If you count Chris Abrams Drain, the rookie, who looked better than Wallace, that makes him number six on the depth chart. Because, yeah, top three is a Sertan, Moss, and Mathis. number 4 would be Jaquan McMillan. That means Levi Wallace would be 5 and Abrams Drain would be 6. And Abrams Drain came in for Levi Wallace. So essentially, Abrams Drain is now number 5 and Wallace is now number 6. Yeah. Well, yeah. You took Ricky White last round. You have taken a receiver. You have not taken a linebacker or a corner. You did not take a linebacker or a safety, Joey. You did not. You did not take a linebacker, Joey. Maybe with another team, but with the Broncos, you did not. Broncos, you did not. No worries. Stutzman's still there. So is Lawson. Both of them have not been picked yet. The Broncos. Lawson, Alabama, and Danny Stutzman, Oklahoma, are both still there in the 4th round at 122. This isn't early 4th round. This is late 4th round. Yep. Next up, the Texans at 124 are up. You've got 124, and I've got 125 with the Ravens. Oh yeah, the conference championships are on, Joey. I'm watching ESPN. They're airing the MAC title between Ohio and Miami, Ohio. So Athens versus Brett Gabbert. Brett Gabbert, Blaine Gabbert's younger brother, is playing the Ohio Bobcat title. No, they are in Ford Field because the MAC championship's on a neutral site at Ford Field. Texans. Yes, that makes sense. Texans are on the board. Judkins is there. Helm is there. Stutzman's there. Winston, Kevin Winston. Top five according to the simulator: Caleb Johnson, I, Iowa; LT Overton, Alabama; Mikhail Kamara, Indiana; Jordan James, Oregon; and Gunnar Helm, Texas. Tight end. You already got Fannin. You got Fannin, you've got Dalton Schultz, and you've got Cade Stover, and now you're adding tight end four to that equation. Judkins, Ravens, Judkins. So I took Judkins. Um, so the Ravens get Judkins. Yeah. Yes. I'm kind of curious as to how this is gonna. Yeah, you're gonna need weapons. When Stroud's no longer on a rookie deal, you're gonna need guys. Yeah, I don't know. I think it just depends on the fit and the scenario you drag the players into. That's really the big thing. Yep, Billy Bowman. Patriots are going to select Billy Bowman Jr. in the fifth round. I have him at number 46 on my big board. So we get him for depth behind Peppers and Duggar at safety. Yeah, just looking at my board here. Who do we still available? Ravens get Ole Gordon out of Oklahoma State. So the Ravens get Ole Gordon. Um, they're still in the pool. Yeah, yeah, yeah. We're just on round five. You got 142. This is the pick that you got from New England and Denver trade. So you got Panthers hit. So yeah, you were on the clock. Denver. You took Lawson. You don't have a safety yet. You haven't drafted a safety yet for Denver. Um, Mukaba's there. Kevin Winston Jr., Penn State safety, still there. Um, no Wongpa's there. Iowa safety. Sanker, Virginia safety's there. Waller, Wisconsin safety's there. There's a lot of safeties still on the board. Shiloh Sanders is there. You know, him. And now you're on the clock with Washington at 149. You're on the clock with Washington Commanders. Um, Johnson, James, Mukaba, Barron, Devin Neal are the top five. Stutzman's still there if you want an inside linebacker for the Commanders or an outside linebacker, since Stutzman is versatile enough to play both spots. I mean, Winston's also there, Kevin Winston Jr. So Stutzman and Winston are probably the best value picks for you at this point. Birch is there, Jordan Birch. Mm, no, it's just us. I think I sound like Herm when I yawn. I don't mean to yawn, but when sometimes you yawn due to a lack of sleep, sometimes I sound like Herm. I don't know why. It's weird. You didn't. You did not hear Herm. No, Herm. But yeah, it's Kenny Higgins. I know you like Kenny Higgins. He's there. Higgins is there. Harold Perkins is there, but I don't think he's going to be in the draft. I heard he's entering the portal. Harold Perkins at LSU. I heard he's entering the transfer portal. There's a lot of guys. Yeah. Yep. Ohio does have an offensive lineman from my old high school. The left tackle Parker Titsworth. That's his last name. He went to my old high school. I didn't even realize he went to my old high school, but Thomas Coburn told me about him. Parker Titsworth on the Ohio Bobcats. Um, yeah, he was draft eligible this year. I don't know if he's available in the simulator. I, I don't even know. I want to see him get picked. I'm okay with him getting picked. I just don't see him in the simulator anywhere. But I'm totally on board with him getting picked. Um, he's not in the simulator though, so sucks. All right. I don't know who we're doing. Yep. I'm gonna click on Tosh Baker, but the pick's gonna be Parker Titsworth, Ohio. So this is Parker Titsworth, not Tosh Baker, just for clarification purposes. Cowboys take Danny Stutzman. Jerry Jones is happy that you took Parker Titsworth. Um, yeah. As far as the Colts go, Parker Brailsford is my number one center. Best offensive lineman on the board. I'm not sure if that's the pick I'm going to make, though. Um, what have I done with the Colts here? I think I've gone all defense with the Colts. Yep, I went Tui Maloau, Watts, Morris, and Will Johnson. We're gonna go with the Kyle Monongai, the Rutgers running back. Kobe Bryant goes to the Steelers. Nazir Stackhouse is a Cardinal. The Howie Roseman gets Keon Sabb, Jordan Birch. Howie Roseman gets Jeffrey Bassa, reaching Prentice Dickinson. The Vikings. You're up at 165. The Jets have offered 207, but Browns have offered. These are picks in next year's draft, not this one. Okay, you're up with the Texans, though. Yeah, I'm still here. I'm still here. I'm still here, Joey. Talk shoe accidentally mute me. No, I'm still here. I'm still here. I'm still here, Joey. Must be an audio issue from your end. Yeah. So let's just who do you want here at this spot? Texans at 166. It's 166 for the Texans. But we're almost done with round 5. I've got a pick in round 5 for the Patriots, and you've got a pick in round I've got a pick in round 5 for the Ravens. So once I make those picks, we'll be on to round 6. Top 5, none. Top 5 on the board is top 5 on the board, Jordan James, Oregon, Devin Neal, Kansas, Kevin Winston Jr., Penn State safety, Nick Singleton, Penn State. So 4 of the top 5 are running backs, and all right, Devin Neal, it's a good pick for the Texans here. Derek Moore out of Michigan goes to the, I just wanna see who got picked Derek Moore, and that's it. Alright, so I've got the Patriots here, I gotta make this pick count. Do my best to make it count. Work. We're gonna go no, 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 no. It's not for you. You can say it's like and use all the filler words you want. I make every pick matter. That is my philosophy. I make every pick matter regardless of what route. It is worth doing a deep dive on. I don't look at it for what it is. I look at the value on my board. I look at the value on my board. I don't look I'm looking at players that have potential at every single pick, regardless of the value. Parker Brailsford is my number 1 center. So with David Andrews getting up there in age, we're getting Parker Brailsford right here, and he's going to be a Patriot. Parker Brailsford, center, Alabama. If Andrews gets released, I think he can start right away. But if he doesn't, we can develop him because he's only like 285. He's 6'2", 285, so we can develop him. He'll gain more muscle and develop under Andrews until Andrews retires. So it's a good pick either way. I have Brailsford at 54 at my big board. I have fit him as number 1 center in the draft. Brailsford. I have him. I like him more than Jared Goff. So when the Ravens get Jonas Sanker, Virginia safety, that I have a late second round grade on. Yes. Yep. Harold Perkins is the best player on my board. I should pick him since he's entering the portal. It's not realistic, so I'm gonna. I'm not. It's not realistic, so I'm not going to pick him. If the computer wants to pick him, the computer can have at him. I've already drafted 2 running backs. Next player on my board is Travian Henderson. If he's gone, so Brooks is Monheim there. Martinez there. I don't know if either of those guys is there. If Abdul Carter there, no. Roberts, let's see if is Kevin Winston Jr. there. Yes, Kevin Winston Jr. So we double up at safety. Kevin Winston Jr. is a Raven, so we get a third safety now. I think I've drafted 3 safeties for the Ravens now, and I've already got Marcus Williams and Kyle Hamilton. So the fact that I'm adding this much depth at safety should scare you guys. Um, Ravens, we're gonna get a tight end here. Gadsden. Gadsden is my number 1 tight end of the board. And Arondre Gadsden, I have Gadsden listed at 71 on my big board. He's my best player available. So the Ravens get Gadsden. They add another tight end for depth because Kolar and Likely are both coming up on the final year of their rookie deals. So no, we don't. No. Yeah. But I'm going to take Logan Parr here. Logan Parr, the SMU guard. I have a second round grade on him, so I'm going to grab him with the Patriots here in the 6th round. Jonah Monheim. And Jonah Monheim can play center and left tackle, so the Patriots get my number 2 center as well as my number 1 center. I'm just because he played left tackle before moving to center. So the versatility to play everywhere on the offensive line is there. I think that's yeah, so that's a reason to pick him. Yeah. So I'm going with multiple offensive linemen in the draft to develop. We got Bulls our left tackle. I'm winning at right tackle, and we've gotten multiple linemen. Um, the Colt, the I picked with the Colts. I picked with the Colts. I took Singleton, Nicholas Singleton, the Penn State running back. I took him for depth behind Jonathan Taylor with the Colts pick. Um, you're up with the Broncos here in the 6th round. Who you like in round 6? I mean, I've got Singleton as a 3rd round prospect, but he fell to round 6. So at that point, the value is just too good to pass on. But you are up for the Broncos. It's your pick in round 6. Smile Munden, the Georgia linebackers, third on the board. Sonny Styles is there. Leonard Barton is there. Rod Moore is there. Rucker, North Carolina defensive end, is there. Um, Sonny Styles. Okay, this is a great meme. Riley tweets Ashton Jeanty is my Heisman. You got the subjective fan on the bus saying, "Look at the advanced analytics. He's above average at two positions." And this positive person, the positive Jeanty fan on the meme, that boy trucking and fucking against 7, 8 man boxes. That's great. You know the bus meme where you got the positive person, the negative person. That's funny. He's above average at two positions. The subjective person who said, "Look at the advanced analytics. He's above average at two positions," and then above average at two. Yeah, and then the positive person goes, "That boy trucking and fucking against 7, 8 man boxes for Ashton Jeanty." That's great. But yeah, you were up with the Broncos at 197. Nwangpa, I have a second round grade on. He's still on the board. Xavier Nwangpa, the Iowa safety. I have a second round grade on him. He's still on the board in round 6. Is that who you went with the Broncos pick? Because I don't think you've taken a safety yet for Denver. You just took a safety for Houston, but I don't think you took a safety for Denver. Nwangpa, but you get him in round 6. The value is incredible at this point. It's incredible value. Yeah, and I'm picking for the Ravens here, so I'm gonna get my second edge rusher to pair with James Pierce. I'm gonna get Kamon Rucker, North Carolina. So I get that second edge. I had a preseason one on him. Hasn't really Commanders are up at 199. The top, you're gonna take a quarterback here like Tom Brady. I got a third on Rucker. So I had a preseason first on him. I moved him down to the third round, but I think he's a bargain at this point in round 6. So yeah, I mean the thing with Rucker is he missed like a month of the season with injuries, but he's been healthy ever since, and he's regained that dominant form he had in 2023. So that's why I could see the thought process in moving him up to the second. I kind of agree with that to a point. Yeah. Yep. Washington, 199. You got another one for Denver at 206. Just going through this, so I've got 211 and 213. Yeah, so I've got the first pick in round 7 at 215. But we're already, yeah. So, um, Burden, Jack Sawyer, Hampton, and Parker Titsworth. I know it says Tosh Baker, but Joey drafted Parker Titsworth out of Ohio. Simulator doesn't have him, so we're using the Notre Dame tackle as a placeholder. We both like Parker. Logan Jones, center Iowa. Bryce Foster, center Kansas. Seth McLaughlin, Ohio State center that tore his ACL, still there. Belton, North Carolina State left tackle. Dellinger, the LSU left guard. Um, Spraggins, Bryce Foster. All right. I'd say the Patriots are closer than the Commanders. I think the Commanders have peaked this year. I think we'll see Jane Daniels decline in year 2, like Stroud's decline. It won't be to the point where he's a liability, but there will be a drop off. There will be more interceptions. There will be a drop off in the decision making. I think right now with Jaden Daniels, the best case scenario for him is year 4. He makes the NFC title and loses to Baker Mayfield, because the insider that has the Bills winning Super Bowl 62 said my Buccaneers Bills prediction made a lot of sense, because the Bills got the Josh Allen draft pick in a trade with the Buccaneers. They traded up with the Buccaneers during that draft to get Allen. So Bills, Buccaneers, and Atlanta. I'm not comparing Jaden to Baker. I'm saying they might play each other in a playoff game down the road. And that might be the NFC title leading up to Super Bowl 62, Buccaneers, Commanders. No worries. You're good. No worries. You're good. I'm pretty certain. Yes. So Ashton Gillott. No, I'm still debating on who to pick for the Patriots in the sixth round. I'm very calculated to the point where you wish I would just simplify things sometimes, but I'm very calculated in what I want to do. Yeah, and Hunter Woller's a Patriot. Hunter Wohler is a Patriot. I have Hunter Wohler at 89 on my board, so he's a Patriot. Falcons, you're up with the Broncos. Rashard Smith, SMU running back. Smile Mondon Jr., the Georgia linebackers, number 2. Mondon is good value here. I don't know if it's the best value available, but it's good, pretty good value. Mullings is third on the board, top fullback in the draft. But the Broncos have the Michael Burton, the former Chiefs fullback, at their starting fullback. So I don't think the Broncos need a fullback. They have one of the better fullbacks in the league, Michael Burton. Jordan Hancock is on the board. I have Hancock at 62. He can play corner and safety. You want him? So he can play both corner and safety. So Yep. So you want Jordan Hancock here. All right. Good. Yeah. That was Oscar Delp, tight end Georgia, is a Raven. So at 211, I take Oscar Delp. Oscar Delp, the Georgia tight end. Yeah, I took Oscar with the Ravens. Oscar's a Raven. Patriots are up. I've got Oscar Delp. I got Oscar Delp at 86 on my board, one spot ahead of Luke Lakey, the Iowa tight end. And Lakey's still there, so Lakey's a Patriot at 213. So Luke Lakey's a Patriot. You, Delp, Delp, I love Delp. Delp Delp took pressure. Delp complimented Brock Bowers really well at Georgia. I think Delp's going to get picked. Lakey too. And at 215, here we are. I think this is the first pick in round 7. Yes, it is. So with the first pick in round 7, the Patriots are going to get another tight end. We're going to get Mitchell Evans, the Notre Dame tight end. I'm very high on Mitchell Evans. I've got a third on him too. So Mitchell Evans is the pick for the Patriots to kick off round 7. The Raiders get. So we got Lakey and Evans. Let's see what we got here. Kobe Bryant, the Kansas corner, is available. I have Evans in I have Evans in round 3 at 90 on my big board. Yeah. Yeah. And Nick Barton, the Oklahoma linebacker, who's my number 2 middle linebacker, is a Patriot in round 7 at 220. Nick Martin, the Oklahoma State linebacker. Yeah. Let's see what we got here. Is there any quarterback worth taking as a backup at this point? I'm gonna say no. Let's see. Do we have I think Jade Knott's still on the board, but I'd prefer not to get her. Oh, Damian Martinez. I thought Damian Martinez got drafted. I got a third on Martinez and a third on Edwards. So Damian Martinez is a Patriot in round 7. I thought Martinez had been picked. He's there, so we're gonna grab him as a change of pace back. Brady Cook is a Charger. Yep. And the Colts, they're gonna get a third running. They're gonna get another running back. Donovan Edwards out of Michigan is a Colt in round 7, 231. Buccaneers get Xavier Truss in round 7. The Falcons get Lander Barton. The Niners get Logan Jones. And you've got back-to-back picks at 235 and 236 for the Commanders. So you got 2 picks Mondin out of Georgia is the best player on the board. The Georgia middle linebacker. He's now the BPA 111 on the simulator. Kaiser's there. Trevor Etienne is there. Seth McLaughlin is there. Terrence Ferguson's there if you want a tight end for Washington. So there's a few options. Yeah, Seth McLaughlin's there, Ohio State center. He's there. Go with an offensive lineman, and you still have the next pick with the Commanders here. Mondin, David Bailey, Stanford, Raheem Sanders, South Carolina, Levian Moss, Texas A&M, Tootin, Virginia Tech, running back. Levian Moss, Texas A&M. Okay. Um, the Seahawks select Presley out of Oklahoma State, and the Steelers get Will Howard. Um, you're up with the Texans here. Um, Mondin, David Bailey, Raheem Sanders, Tootin, and Jaquindon Jackson, the backup running back at Arkansas. Mondin is a good value. I don't know if that's who you want. But it's Mondin. There's a bunch of running backs, and then it's Kaiser, Jack Kaiser, Notre Dame. Then more running backs than Barwell, Michigan, then Kuth, then Brenningstool, then Ferguson. Jake Slaughter's there if you want him, the Florida center. Caden Prather, the Maryland receiver, is also there. Um, no, Caden Prather's there. The Maryland receiver has not been picked yet. Caden Prather. He's there if you want him. I don't know. Yeah, you've got 239. I've got 240. You've got 241 with the Broncos. And then you've got 245 with the Commanders. And I think that's it. Yeah. So you've got one. I've got one pick left with the Ravens once you pick at 239. You've got 240 and then 245, and then the computer picks for the rest of the picks. So really only four picks. You got three picks left to make. I've got one. So do you want Mondin here, the Georgia linebacker? He's the best player on the board by far. It's 111. He's 111. Everybody else is 135 or lower on the simulator. Williams. Okay, hold on. Let me click. What Williams? What college? Mario Williams Tulane? Mario Williams Tulane, is that who you wanted? Mario Williams. Mario Williams, wide receiver Tulane. That who you want? Said you Texans. You got the Texans pick here. The Texans last pick. Smile Mondi. I thought you wanted Mondin. I'm sorry. I clicked on Mondin. I thought you wanted Mondin. I don't know if you wanted Mondin or Mario Williams, but if you wanted Mario Williams, you can get him with Denver's pick. It's round 7 at this point. Yeah, I'll make sure you get the. Uh, yeah, that's yeah. I understand. I'm gonna take Terrence Ferguson out of Oregon with the Ravens' final pick, and will Denver. Um, yeah, you wanted Mario. So Mario Williams goes to Denver. That's who you wanted at Houston, and you've got one pick left. Tristan Lay, Clemson offensive tackle. Titans get Caden Prather out of Maryland. DJ Ugalele is a Bear, and you've got the Commanders pick here. 245. It's the last pick we're going to make, and then we'll review we'll go over our drafts. We'll look at them briefly. We'll recap what we got from trades briefly, but yeah. Um, Anybody in particular? I mean, we got a lot of topics to get to. We got the conference title games in football. We've got the College Cup. We've got the MLS Cup. We just have so much to get to, Joey. It's not that I don't enjoy your jokes. I enjoy them a lot. It's that I'm trying to get through this segment. Yeah. You want Raheem Sanders with this last pick, Rocket Sanders? You want him with this last pick for the Commanders? Yep. All right. Rocket Sanders is yours. The Corian Clark is a Giant. 49ers grab Tutton out of Virginia Tech. Aubrey Burks, West Virginia. David Bailey. Brant Kuth is a Packer. Arroyo, Miami, Florida goes to the Corey Kiner, Connecticut. Jordan White, Liberty. Jackson Hawes, Georgia Tech. And Bringstool Jake Briningstool at Clemson is Mr. Irrelevant for the Chiefs. But look at my Ravens draft. I got Pierce, Booker, Castro, Judkins, Ole Gordon, Jonas Sanker, Winston, Gadsden, Rucker, Delt, Ferguson. I drafted three more tight ends to go with the tight ends the Ravens already have, but I got them all in the late rounds. Joey got Simmons, Wilson, patched up the offensive line, took Brooks to replace Williams, and mainly White, Lawson, Shiloh Sanders, Styles, Nwangpa, Hancock, Williams. Those are all depth picks for Denver. But I do want to Denver. We'll look at the trades because I know Joey got Jared Wilson with the pick he received from the Bills. He got Taj Brooks, Shiloh Sanders, and Mario Williams with the three picks I gave him in the Garrett Bowles trade. And the Bills got Anenis Peebles with the pick he gave up in the Dawson Knox trade. I think Bo Nix is going to be like Mac Jones, really good rookie year, and then everything at a certain point. He stops growing at a certain point, and he'll be better than Mac Jones. But I also think after his rookie year, he'll stop growing at a certain point and he'll peak, and he'll reach that glass ceiling where there's no more room to develop him, and you'll be stuck with what you have. Which isn't a bad thing if you got Peyton as your head coach, but it does limit what you can do with Bo Nix to a degree. Well, I think Bo Nix a high end starter. He's not a quarterback with the ceiling to be a Pro Bowler. I think his ceiling is limited to a degree, but he's a high end starter and he's reliable in the sense that yeah. We'll see. Because I think Knicks can get Denver to the playoffs, but I don't think he's going to get you to the divisional round or the AFC title. I don't see Knicks becoming that down the road. I think the Chargers have a better chance at a Super Bowl than the Broncos. I don't think he's a liability, but I don't think he's an asset either. I think he's a product of the system and environment around him. And Bo Nix owes Jameis Winston a huge thank you because Sean Payton wanted to sign Jameis Winston as the spot starter this year, and Winston turned down Denver to be a day one starter to go to the Browns where he'd be the backup. If he takes that offer, he's starting over Bo Nix, and Bo Nix is probably redshirting this year. Yeah, because Winston could have been the day one starter on Denver this year if he had taken the Denver job. They offered him the most money, but he chose to go to the Browns. He liked the Browns more. So the only reason I'm bringing this up is because Winston turned down Broncos to stay play with the Browns, even though the Broncos would have guaranteed him a spot starter job, whereas Winston really didn't get to play until Watson got hurt. But yeah, you guys see all the picks on the simulator. This was a lot of fun, but I'm gonna yeah. You can rant about Winston later when we break down the Steelers Browns, but we got a lot of stuff to get to. We got conference title games, we've got college stuff, MLS. So we're gonna break that stuff down. I think I correctly called all the conference winners last night. I had Boise State beating UNLV. I had Jacksonville State beating Western Kentucky. And I think the third game was Army Tulane. I did have Tulane beating Army, but Army won that game. So I was 2 for 3. But today's games, you've got the Big 12 championship on ABC. That's Arizona State leads Iowa State by 7. And the other game is on ESPN. It's the MAC title, but it's starting to become a blowout. Ohio leads that game 14-3 right now. The Bobcats lead that game 14-3, and they are looking like they are in scoring position to make it 21-3. So that is big if they pull that off. But Miami, Ohio was favored to win that game. And then you look at some of the other games today. I think we're going to see Oregon win the Pac-12, and I think Texas is going to win the SEC title. It's just a hunch, but those are some of the games coming up today. ACC titles not until 8. I like SMU over Clemson in that one. But yeah, well, the college football playoff comes out tomorrow, and then for the 12 team playoff. I love the 12-team playoff concept, Joey. It's a great concept, the 12-team playoff. You know, we're gonna have to split up the responsibilities, Joey, on the 21st because the college football games on the 21st are only on TNT, and the NFL games are on Fox and CBS. There's gonna be NFL games on the same time as the college football games. So while I'm typing the game recaps on the site, you're gonna hear Joey narrating them while I'm narrating the college games. So we're gonna have to split up. It's gonna be hectic. It's gonna be chaos, but I'm sure you're looking forward to that in 2 weeks from today. It's gonna be hectic. It's gonna be chaos. Um, in 2 weeks from today, the college football playoff will have games on TNT on Saturday. So if you don't get Turner on your TV, you'll have to either go to a bar or you can watch the NFL games, which are on Fox and CBS. Um, BC. The Chiefs play the Texans and the Ravens play the Steelers. Those are both on the 21st in 2 weeks from today when the college football playoff starts. And they're going to be on the same time as the college football playoff. So I figured you'll cover the NFL, I'll cover college, and we'll go from there. That'll probably be how we because as much as you'd like to cover these college games, you don't want Turner. And the only games on ABC are the 8 p.m. games, and you're not staying on the podcast that long. You like me, but you don't like me that much. I'm being a realist here. I'm not trying to be an asshole. I'm being a realist here, okay? Here's what YouTube TV needs to do. They need to do a split screen of the college football playoff and the NFL games, okay? Put the college football playoff game on one screen and the NFL regular season game cuz the NFL regular season games are Texans at Chiefs and Steelers at Ravens in Baltimore. And then those same four teams meet 5 days later on Christmas except it's Chiefs at Steelers and Ravens at Texans. So I'm on a friend's YouTube TV plan, okay? I'm on a friend's YouTube TV family plan, so I get the games for free. Um, and I still get commercials on YouTube TV, but when there's 4 NFL games on, I can click the game that doesn't have a commercial and pivot. And Red Zone and 3 other games are the games that are on TV. But I'm gonna get into College Cup now and then the MLS Cup, and then we'll break down our NFL winners and get out of here. Um, Okay. All right. So quarterfinals. I'm gonna get to quarterfinals of the College Cup, and then I'm gonna get to the four winners of today's games will be in Cary, North Carolina on Friday. Um, First game is Massachusetts versus Denver. Massachusetts knocked out number 11 Virginia. The UMass Minutemen made the Elite Eight in college soccer. The last time the UMass got to the Elite Eight in the sport, 30 years ago, John Calipari and Marcus Camby got UMass, I think, to the Elite Eight. They lost to Kentucky or something. I think that is the last time UMass made the Elite Eight was 30 years ago when Calipari got UMass. I think he may have got UMass to the Final Four. I'm not sure. Um, but they had Marcus Camby on that team. That was a ridiculous. That was the 94-95 season. Um, I don't know if they made it to the national championship. Let me check. I'm checking something here. They made it to the Elite Eight in 94-95. And then after that, they made it to the Final Four the following year, but their Final Four got vacated. So their Elite Eight appearance did not get vacated, but their Final Four appearance with UMass did get vacated. So yeah, but the UMass soccer team has a chance to do something historic, like the UMass basketball team. They play Denver today. I don't think they're going to beat the Denver Pioneers on the road. I know Denver was your pick to win it all. But, what's crazy is Clemson got eliminated by Wake Forest. So Wake Forest beat Clemson the regular season, the ACC tournament, and the College Cup tournament three times in a year. We've talked about how hard it is to beat an opponent three times in a year. Wake Forest did it, even though two of those three wins required overtime or penalty kicks to pull that off. But they did it. You got to give them credit. They actually did it. They beat a team three times in a year. Notre Dame did the same thing against Pittsburgh as well in soccer a few years ago when Notre Dame made the Final Four in 2021. But yeah, Wake Forest, they beat Clemson three times in a year. They're going to play Ohio State at 5 today. I think whoever wins that Ohio State Wake Forest game is beating the Marshall SMU winner in the Final Four. So I think it's going to be, and Pitt's probably going to beat Vermont. That's at 3 today, too. So here's the thing with Pittsburgh, though. They came into the Kansas City game last week thinking it would be a cakewalk. They thought the Kansas City Roos are a bunch of scrubs. They have no fucking chance of winning. Well, Kansas City scored first. They took Pittsburgh to overtime. But unlike Cornell, they took Pittsburgh to overtime. But Pittsburgh found a way to beat the Roos in overtime. If Pitt comes into the Vermont game with that mindset that this is going to be a freaking cakewalk, they're going to lose to Vermont, Joey. I'm just saying. The players cannot come in with the mindset that this game is going to be a cakewalk because it almost cost them against the Kansas City Roos. And it will cost them against Vermont if they come in with that mindset today. I mean, am I wrong here? Because Vermont actually has some talent on their soccer team. You mentioned their striker last week. If Pittsburgh comes in with the mindset that this game against Vermont is going to be a cakewalk, we could very well be looking at Vermont as the team pulling off the upset in the Elite Eight. But I think we see SMU, Pittsburgh, Denver, and Ohio State in the Final Four. Good to see Wake Forest upset Ohio State, but I think Wake Forest and Vermont have the best chances of pulling off the upsets in the Final Four. Marshall's 13 seed. They're playing 12 seed SMU. SMU's the home team. They knocked out Dayton. So I think we're going to get two ACC teams in SMU and Pittsburgh, but we're going to get Ohio State and Denver in the Final Four. And whoever wins the Denver-Pitt Final Four game is probably going to beat Ohio State in the championship. That's probably what's going to end up happening. That's just my 2 cents in the whole thing, but what do you think of the bracket, the way it's turned out? Are any of these teams, the fact that they made it this far, surprise you? We expected Pitt, Vermont. We expected Stanford, Clemson in the Elite Eight, but Ohio State and Wake Forest won. Denver's still in the tournament, so Denver and Pitt have played up to their reputations. Marshall won against Marshall. SMU beat Dayton in Dayton, so I mean, I think whoever wins Marshall SMU game is going to have problems against Ohio State, Wake Forest. It is what it is, Joey, but that's the big takeaway there. And I'll get to the MLS Cup. It's going to be my LA Galaxy versus the New York Red Bulls. My favorite MLS team has a chance to win a sixth MLS Cup, and I have been burned by so many of my favorite sports teams in 2024. I was burned by the Dallas Stars. I was burned by the Lakers. I was burned by the Guardians. I was burned by Michigan last week. I'm just thankful that one of my team I did not expect to be very good this year, after they traded a top 5 draft pick away, I figured the Galaxy were going to be dog shit, that they have dominated, and they're in the championship game, and they got home field, and they're going up against the New York Red Bulls team that screwed Joey out of $40. So the Red Bulls, they screwed Joey out of $40. So if it was Orlando versus the Galaxy, Joey'd be all Orlando. He'd be rooting against my team. But because the Red Bulls screwed Joey out of $40, we're both pulling for the Galaxy today. And the Galaxy have quite the roster. They've got 3 10-goal scoring forwards. I've not seen an MLS Cup matchup this lopsided in all my years of covering the sport. The Galaxy have the forward advantage. They have the midfield advantage. You bet $1 on this, and this is a bet with a $40 payout. If you had bet $10, you probably would have made 400. If you had bet 100, you would have made 400. But you didn't bet. You only bet $1, and you would have had a $40 payout had you been correct. So you still came out with +8 last week because Michigan beat Ohio State. So you still came out with +8. But But like Red Bulls are just I'm just surprised they got here because when Andrew Wiebe broke down the starting lineups for both teams, he said the Red Bulls only have the advantage at 4 positions: left back, right back, one of the center back slots, and goalie. The Galaxy have the advantage at both forward and midfield, and that's after Puig tore his ACL in the game against Seattle. So I mean, I think the Galaxy are going to win. The question is by how much. This is just going to be a 1-goal game. Brian Lewis has 3-1 Galaxy. Some have 2-1 Galaxy. I think it could be as ugly as 7-0. The reason I say that is because LA Galaxy did score 6 goals on Minnesota United in the second round. And this Red Bulls team, as good as they are, they're a worse team than the Minnesota United team that the Galaxy scored 6 goals on. So this might be the most lopsided blowout in MLS Cup history, and only 2 underdogs have won in 29 years. 3-3, it might go to 7 goals. If it's 3-3, they're going to go to penalty kicks to decide who wins if there's not a goal in overtime. And the game's going to be on Fox around. So you can watch the MLS Cup on Fox at 4 p.m. today. Well, MLS Cup's only a one game series. It's not a best of 3 or best of 5 or best of 7. It's a one game winner take all, like the Super Bowl. It's a one game winner take all. And the Galaxy, I think they're going to win today. It's a feeling. I mean, these are two original clubs. And Greg Vanney, he was the coach in Toronto during their 3 MLS Cup teams. I think that experience works in the Galaxy's favor. That's in baseball, hockey, and NBA. In soccer, it's single game elimination after the opening round of the tournament. It's single elimination after the opening round of the tournament. After the uh, after the opening round of the playoff, it's yeah. Oh, and the Galaxy are undefeated at Dignity Health Sports Park at home this year. 16 wins, 0 losses, 4 draws. They have not lost a home game all year. And actually, they've won every game in the playoffs this year, and they're 16-0-4 at home this year in 20 home games. They're 16 wins, 0 losses, 4 draws. It's a one game series. You're saying the MLS shouldn't be a one game series? No, MLS Cup's always been one game. MLS Cup's always been one game. Stanley Cup's multiple games. NBA Finals is multiple games. World Series is multiple games. Super Bowl and MLS Cup are one game. Last year when Columbus played, LAFC, you looked at the MLS, but that's because Jimmy Haslam was playing in it. That's not because you cared about any of the players in the team or the roster or anything. That's because Jimmy Haslam owned the crew. But the MLS has only had two underdogs win the MLS Cup in 29 years. Chicago in 1998 when they beat DC United, the two-time league champions, and in 2009 when Real Salt Lake beat the LA Galaxy in penalty kicks. And that game dragged on ESPN until 11:30. I think Walter Football wrote a Jerks of the Week entry about that MLS Cup taking way too long because he wanted to watch NFL prime time on Sports Center, and he was pissed off the game took so long. So those are really the only two MLS Cups in the 29-year league history where we've seen an underdog win. We've seen an underdog go 15 years without winning. which kind of irritates you because if it's 5 years, you can understand. If it's 10 years, you can live with it, even though that annoys you. 15 years, you're just infuriated with an underdog going that long without winning. It takes all the appeal out of watching the sport for you, doesn't it? To a degree, not completely, but yeah, I'm taking the Galaxy over the Red Bull. I don't know. It sounds like Joey might be taking the Red Bull, but I mean, this is a very tough. Yeah, I'm not sure, but I think it's going to be a very interesting, very entertaining MLS Cup. That'll be at 4 today on Fox. I know you'll be watching the SEC title game on ABC instead of the MLS Cup. I don't blame you. I mean, if you like football more than soccer, you should watch Georgia versus Texas at 4 today. But if you're like me and you are a diehard LA Galaxy fan, you should watch the MLS Cup. Because Georgia, Texas, they'll have the game re-aired later tonight on like ESPNU or something. So I'm pretty certain Texas plays Georgia at 4 on ABC, which is the same time the MLS Cup airs on Fox today at 4. So I'm pretty certain the MLS Cup and the SEC Championship are going to be competing against each other in ratings. Well, MLS Cup only had 815,000 views last year. I'm guaranteed the SEC championship had higher ratings. The 2023 SEC championship ratings are higher than the MLS Cup. Yeah, they MLS. Let's see, 8.9. That cannot be right. 8.9 people watched an average. So it got 17 million viewers. So Alabama, Georgia got 17.5 million viewers. MLS Cup only got 815,000. So the SEC titles smoked the MLS from a rating standpoint. So I think this MLS Cup will get higher ratings than last year. Last year, you had Columbus versus LAFC. I know there's a lot of Galaxy fans out there. The Red Bulls, they were the original New York, New Jersey Metro Stars, and they became the New York Red Bulls. Two of the original 8 teams in the MLS from 1996. I think this Cup will get higher ratings as a result of that. I think it will peak around a million. I think it'll have a million viewers today. Because the 22 MLS Cup between LAFC and Philadelphia got higher ratings than the 23 MLS Cup. So I think this cup will have higher ratings than 23. I can be probably the SEC title, but they're all the people that make the college football bracket. They're all in the waiting room in Grapevine, Texas, watching the college football conference championships because they got to meet tomorrow at noon to put together their top 12 and stuff. And the big it sucks because there's not a conference championship at Allegiant Stadium, and that really irritates me. That irritates me because I feel like one of the games should be at Allegiant Stadium. For some reason, that irritates me. But yeah, we'll get into the NFL now. I appreciate you being patient with me, and yeah, everybody's 1-0 so far this week. Okay, so Cooper Cup's on the cover. Yeah, Cooper Cup's on the cover of Draft Utopia this week. The next for everybody's 1-0. Everybody took the Lions to beat the Packers. Um, the next game is Steelers Browns. So that's what we open up with. I've got the Steelers winning 24-17. I think the Steelers, the way they played against the Bengals, showed me they can win a shootout or a defensive game. I do not see the Browns sweeping Pittsburgh. As much as Joey wants it to happen, I just don't think that Pittsburgh is going to get swept by the Browns. They're going to have a game plan for Winston this time around. But what's interesting is one of the people in my fantasy league dropped Nick Chubb. I'm thinking about picking him up on waivers. So we'll see what happens. But yeah, I I think the Steelers win 24-17. They win a defensive game. You're calling George Pickens Perkins. His last name's Pickens, but yeah, he basically referred to Greg Newsom as that guy. He didn't even acknowledge Newsom, what Newsom said about him, because he views Newsom as a nobody, and you view Pickens as a nobody. That's why you're calling him Perkins. It's no worries. Do we have any news on Minka Fitzpatrick or the Steelers injury report? All of the injury reports. I'm still taking the Steelers to win, but Pickens suffers hamstring injury. So Pickens did suffer a hamstring injury in practice. So now he's a game time decision. They beat the Bengals 44-38 last week. And what's crazy is you have Tomlin and one of the players rapping on the sidelines like they just won this big, incredible rivalry game. And that's not the mindset you want to have going into a game against the Browns. It's like when Pittsburgh overlooked Kansas City in college soccer and Kansas City pushed them to overtime. You don't want to go into a game against the Browns with that mindset because you might lose if you go into the game with that mindset. They didn't say anything about Winston. Because if you're partying and you're nodding your head up in the air, listening to rap music after beating the Bengals by 6 points, that tells me you're not as mentally as prepared as you should be. And you know what's crazy is another thing I heard is that if the Browns do fire Stefanski, John Lynch might hire him to replace Kyle Shanahan. That's one thing I've heard is that the 49ers do love John Lynch loves Stefanski. So the Browns are dumb enough to let him walk out the building. Kyle Shanahan could be looking at another head coaching gig somewhere else, and he'll get hired somewhere else with his Super Bowl appearance. I heard you on Wednesday. I just think the stuff about Stefanski is fascinating. I do too. Coordinators, you want to look at the personality, the intelligence, the play calling, and how well they train players, how the team's facilities are. So there's a few things you want to look at with them. But let's Yeah, everybody except Joey took the Steelers. Joey took the Browns, but he has a good reason for taking the Browns. He's a valid reason for taking the Browns. The next game is the Jets and Dolphins. I was originally gonna pick the Jets, but with Brees Hall and Sauce Gardner out, I'm flipping to Miami. I mean, I think those two not being on the Jets is enough of a reason to pick the Dolphins. I'm going 28-20 Dolphins. I did have the Jets earlier in the week, but yeah, Falcons, Vikings, in Minnesota. Um, Falcons, Vikings. I've got the Falcons winning this one. I think Sam Darnold's due for a bad game, and I think Cousins is due for a good game. So I've got the Falcons defeating the Vikings. Drake London. They've got Hawkinson. They've got Aaron Jones. The Vikings have a lot of good weapons. I'm going 28-21 Vikings. Me and Jason Bannell were the only two who picked the Falcons. Everyone else took the Vikings. I gotta use the bathroom, so I'm gonna let Joey do a Vikings rant or talk about any of the other games that we briefly discussed after the Browns Steelers game. So yeah. I was using the restroom. I told you a couple for me. Yeah, spectacular while I was gone. Um, so I've got the Falcons beating the Vikings by a touchdown. But what makes the Falcons better than the Vikings? They have a pass rusher in Judon. I like their tackles a little bit more than the Vikings. Get Jake Matthews, Caleb McGarry. They've got Terrell. They've got a corner who can limit what Justin Jefferson does. I don't know if Byron Murphy's good, but I don't know if he can limit what Drake London does in this game. But there are games where Kyle Pitts just had 0 receptions, 0 yards, and Pitts has got to step up for Atlanta. I do think the Falcons have the weapons to steal this game, but they've got to get back to doing what worked at the beginning of the year. Yeah. Yep. Agreed. Um, but yeah, the second half of Arizona State, Iowa State's about to start. Saints at Giants. This is the fifth game. There's only 13 games this week. We've already gone over. And if you exclude the Thursday night game, there's only 12 games. So this is another game. Saints and Giants. This is not a lock on the site. Kerm took the Giants. Everybody else took the Saints. I like the Saints 28-21. Give me the over here. I think this is going to be a high scoring game in New York. Whether it's Drew Lock or Tommy DeVito starting at quarterback, I think it's going to be a high scoring game. But I like the Saints to win. I mean, Dex Lawrence is out for the year, so the Giants. I think the Giants are going to have trouble stopping Kamara in this one. Um, the next game after the Giants Saints. So if the New York Giants were a board game, what board game would they be? Would they be sorry? Would they be trouble? The board game trouble? Would they be risk? Would they be monopoly? Like what board game would the New York Giants be? Would they, risk. I like that answer. I do. That's a good answer. Okay. Next up, it is the Panthers and Eagles. Um, I like Eagles are a lock on the site. That's not a surprise. I'm going 31-17 Eagles. Eagles are favored by 13 on the spread. I think they barely cover that, but there's some people that think the Panthers might cover this. So it'll be interesting to see what happens. But I think the Eagles are just a better team than Carolina right now. I'll go 31-17 Eagles. Panthers get some points against the Eagles, more than you'd expect, but the Eagles' offense just clicks against Carolina's sorry defense. If you don't want to add anything to this game, we'll go to the Buccaneers Raiders game. Um, Buccaneers, they host the Raiders. Bowers has been incredible as a rookie, but the Buccaneers they've got too many weapons with Baker Mayfield, Mike Evans, Jalen McMillan. They've got Bucky Irving, who won player of the game last week. I also have the Buccaneers winning 31. I agree. Mike Evans can't be any worse than he was last week. And if Bucky Irving plays like he did last week, the Buccaneers are going to be a tough out moving forward. I think they'll probably get in as the seventh seed, but they're. I had a fourth round grade on. I had a fourth round grade on Bucky Irving. I think I had a fourth to fifth on him. I'm guessing, and he fell because Bucky Irving didn't have the pass blocking I wanted, but he had everything else: the vision, the pass catching, the speed. Yeah. Um, I'll pull up something here. I did something last week. I updated the rookie of. I want to show you. Okay, so last week I posted something in Scouting College Football. It was a thread. It was players to win Player of the Game as a rookie on Draft Utopia. It was a thread I posted last week. I updated it. So I will pull it up here once I find it. I'll pull it up here. Um, yeah. So we did a play rookies that won Player of the Game on Draft Utopia this season: Caleb Williams, Jaden Daniels, Drake May, Marvin Harrison Jr., Joe Alt, Malik Neighbors, Bo Nix, Jared Verse, Xavier Worthy, Lad McConkey, Zach Frazier, Cameron Kitchens, Tyrese Nice, Tyrese Knight, Bucky Irving, Will Reichert. Those are the rookies that have won Player of the Game from the 2024 draft so far this season. And that doesn't mean someone else can get added to the list late in the season. They can. If they have a good game and they break out, they can get added to the list. But right now, those are the only guys that I'm looking at and saying, you know what, they might get an extension if they continue to improve. Bowers has played well, but I got to see him win a game and dominate. Like if the Raiders had beaten the Chiefs, Bowers would have been on this list for Player of the Game. He would have been on this list if the Raiders had beaten the Chiefs last week. Okay. I know Bowers leads tight ends in receiving yards. I'm aware of that, but Raiders aren't winning games when he balls out. So, Player of the Game goes to the best player on the winning team. So, but there's more rookies that have won this award compared to previous drafts, Joey, which is just a really weird thing for me because you have everybody. It's the first time everybody in the top six won it as a rookie Player of the Game. You have Knicks at 12, Verse at 19, Worthy at 28. That's nine rookies in the first round that were Player of the Game on the winning team at some point. Because I went back and I found out we gave Worthy Player of the Game against the Ravens in week one. So yeah, a few weeks ago when the was it the Broncos Falcons game or was it the let me look up Bo Nick's stats here for game logs. What game was it? It was the Falcons. Yeah, he threw for 307 yards, 4 touchdowns, no interceptions against the Falcons. Falcons game is where he won Player of the Game for the first time this season. There's people that think I'm being too harsh, that I probably should have gave him Player of the Game against the Panthers. He only had 284 passing yards against the Panthers. He had 273 against the Raiders. There's people that thought I should have given him Player of the Game more than once this year, but I only ended up giving him Player of the Game on one occasion this season. But I think every rookie's only won Player of the Game once this season. Caleb Williams, Drake May, Jade Daniels. He had 307 yards against the Falcons, so I objectively did give him player of the game against the Falcons when that game took place. So he deserved it that week, though. 307 yards, 4 touchdowns, no interceptions against the Falcons. He earned player of the game that week. That specific week, Nick's earned it. So you can say what you want about Nick's, but that specific week, he earned it. So, and we'll see what happens with the rest of this class. But I would imagine those 9 first-round picks get fifth-year tenders, and you probably put Bowers into that equation as well. We'll see. It's too early to say what happens, but you got to be encouraged by those results, and the fact that Bucky Irving was part of that. But yeah, the Jaguars Titans is. Are you kidding me? The site is not showing the Titans logo on the live stream. It's showing a blank image file that's not there. I get it, Jacksonville. I get that you hate the Titans. And now I guess you hate the Texans more than you hate the Titans, but do we really have to censor the Titans logo? I mean, okay, I put one S in Tennessee. There's 2 S's in Tennessee. That should do the trick here. And now we got to go back, scroll all the way down, scroll down. Yeah, Jaguars, Titans. It's going to be Mac Jones versus Will Levis. I think Mac Jones is good enough to beat Will Levis. And I think we both picked the Jaguars. I think it was crazy. The majority of our staff did pick the Jaguars. That's how little confidence our fan base has in Will Levis. I'm got the Jaguars winning 28-14. I had them winning 28-14. I might lower that score to 21-14 now that Lawrence is out, but I still think the Jaguars win as underdogs. I do. So I'll lower that score to be nice to Titans fans. You don't deserve this much compassion, but I'm giving it to you because Mac Jones is starting instead of Trevor Lawrence. So you're welcome, Tennessee. You're welcome. I mean, Ridley's been effective in fantasy. Only Jason and Wes took the Titans. Everybody else took the Jaguars. Jason, Wes, and Tracy took the Titans. You, Kerm, and Oren all took the Jaguars. So what does that say? If the majority of our staff is picking the Jaguars to win and the Titans are favorites, that tells us the Titans really suck. And I do think the Jaguars win this and take themselves out of the number 1 pick. You got anything else you want to contribute to this game, or should I get to the Cardinals Seahawks game? I mean, this is basically Mac Jones' trial with the Jaguars. Does Mac Jones remain the Jaguars' backup next year? This is his trial. This is his window of opportunity. He's not going to be the starter as long as Lawrence is there, but if he wants to get extended as the backup, this is his window of opportunity. He's got to show something these next these next 5 games. There's going to be enough of a sample size for the Jaguars to make a verdict on Mac Jones after the season because he will have played in 6 or 7 games. No, Mac Jones came in. Trevor Lawrence missed 2 games with an injury. Trevor Lawrence missed 2 games with an injury. Now he's going to miss the rest of the year after this concussion. So That's 7 games of Mac Jones. That's enough of a sample size for the Jaguars to make a verdict on Mac Jones at the end of the year. 7 games from the games he took over as a backup for Lawrence, where he started against the Lions, he started against some other teams. There's enough of a sample size there, Joey, for the Jaguars to make a verdict on Mac Jones after the season. But I think he's going to have to win some games down the stretch in order to keep his job. He just is. You get the Titans twice. You get the Jets. Jaguars play the Raiders in Week 17. If Mac Jones can win 2 or 3 of these final 5 games, I think he gets another year in Jacksonville. But if he doesn't, he's gone, and they're going to get a backup in the draft to replace Mac Jones. That's my verdict. Right now, I would say no, but I don't look at right now. I like to forecast and project into the future. And if Mac Jones loses to the Titans or gets swept by the Titans, he's out. But if he sweeps the Titans and he steals a win against the Raiders or Jets, he probably gets another chance as the backup next year on a cheap team friendly deal. He probably gets another shot as a backup for the Jaguars. I don't think that would keep the Jaguars from drafting someone to compete with Jones for the backup job in like the 4th or 5th round. But I've seen enough to where, all right, we're ready to move on from Mac Jones unless he really makes a killer impression down the stretch. Seahawks play the Cardinals in Arizona. I've got the Cardinals winning. Banel and Joey are the only 2 to take the Cardinals. Orrin, Kerm, Wes, and Tracy have the Seahawks winning in Arizona. And I get it. Abraham Lucas is back at right tackle. The Cardinals do not have any good edge rushers. But I just think the Cardinals are a better home team than they are a road team. And I think they're going to find a way to win this in Glendale. Because let's look at the Cardinals' schedule really quickly, Joey. They could theoretically win out and end the year at 11-6. They're 6-6, but Cardinals have a. Are you kidding me? Are you freaking kidding me? NFL predictions? No, you don't X out of my NFL playoff predictors. Here we go. You do not X out of my stuff. Okay? You don't have to screen share my stuff, but you do not X out of my content. I'm not okay with that. I'm not okay with that. Look, you're not going to roast me. When you're last in predictions, you lose the right to roast people. I have the Cardinals at 8-9. Drew Petzing, don't call him the offensive coordinator. Call him Drew Petzing. Call him by his real name. His real name. It's the least you can do after he dedicated his time to the Browns. I've got the Cardinals' schedule pulled up, but here's the thing: they're 6-6. They've got 5 games left. At versus Seattle, versus New England, at Carolina. They are 1-point favorites They were 1-point favorites over Carolina back in May. That may have gone up or down depending on the value. They get the Rams on Saturday in Week 17 on the road, and they get the Niners at home. If they can beat the Panthers and the Niners at home, their outlook changes from 8-9 to 10-7. And if they can beat the Rams would be 9-8. The Cardinals would be 11-6, and they would win the division at 11-6. So There's a window of opportunity for the Cardinals to win this division. What's your question? Okay. Okay. I can pretend I have 14 concussions. I don't know if I can. And that's what I respect the hell out of you for, Joey. I can try to pretend I can empathize with you, but my memory is I try my best to be perfect. I try to be perfect. I don't think well, Wes got speaking of perfect, Wes went 16-0 in predictions last week. That's never happened on the site. That is an incredible achievement. Nobody I think Brian Bayless had 0 losses 2 weeks ago, but he went 13-0-1 with the tie between Giants and Raiders. I was trying to use a little bit of misdirection, but I didn't want to drive completely off topic either. I didn't look at it as a problem. I didn't look at it as a problem. I never said it was a problem. Okay. Monty Ossenfort's the Cardinals GM. If I sent you a Bart Simpson meme where he writes Drew Petzing on the chalkboard 20 times, would that help you remember his name? I'm kidding. I'm not going to do that. I respect you too much to do that to you, buddy. All right. All right. Yeah. Yeah. Like the Matt Campbell, Dan Campbell thing at the beginning of the show. That's an example of that. But you still had the right idea, the right thought process, the right execution. It's just the name mix up. But you were thinking of Dan Campbell. That's who you were thinking of at the beginning. I don't know if that's an example of that. I don't want to get sidetracked here, but yeah, look at the Cardinals' schedule, Joey. They got the Seahawks and Patriots at home. If they can beat the Panthers on the road and the Niners at home, they'd be 10-7. And if they can beat the Rams on the road and win out, they'd be 11-6. So there is a window of opportunity for the Cardinals to take this division. Um, does that mean they're going to go very far in the playoffs? I don't know. Kyler Murray could end up drawing Jordan Love again and be at 0 wins. I think if he drew Darnold in a rematch of the last week's game, I think he'd win that. Because look, the Cardinals last week against the Vikings. They won the time of possession in the first quarter, second quarter, third quarter, and the fourth quarter, and they still lost. You know how difficult that is to do, Joey, to win the time of possession in all four quarters, and then you still find a way to lose the game? That is very hard to do. So I don't think you're upset with me. I just think you wish I handled your situation with post concussion syndrome a little bit better, a little bit more understanding. Yeah. 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 So that's why we got William was a great addition to our team, but we got a lot of awesome people on our staff. Orrin, Wes, you, Jason, Herm. We got a lot of amazing people here. But looking at the Cardinals, I think they're going to beat Seattle. They have Jonah Williams back. I think it's going to be a high scoring game. I'm going to go 34 to 31. Jason's done some MMA stuff. I don't think anybody else. I mean, Wes is a former defensive lineman. Wes is a former defensive lineman. Wes did play defensive line, coach high school football. So Wes is a former defensive lineman. Jason's got some MMA experience. Yeah, yeah. I would agree with that to a point. Let's rock and roll. That's right. That's the right mindset. Okay. The Bills play the Rams in LA. I am taking the Rams to beat the Bills. I've got this game going. This is my highest scoring game of the week. I've got the Rams winning 35 to 34 over Buffalo. Shootout in LA. And and we get a shootout in LA. We get Stafford, we get vintage Stafford, vintage Josh Allen, and we get a shootout. Top 2 behind Mahomes. You could argue top 3 if you like Lamar more than Allen, but those are the top 3, I would think. Allen, Lamar, and Mahomes. Allen and Lamar are probably the 2A and 2B. You can put Burrow in that grouping as well. I mean, I guess, but yeah. I do. Cooper Cup, Puka Nakua, Kyron Williams, those guys can go off at any moment. And I just think they're due for a big game. And both these games are blowouts, Joey. Ohio leads the MAC championship 35, 38 to 31 to 31 to 10 or 38 to 3 or something. And Arizona State leads 45 to 10. So both these games are so ugly that I'm actually being I've actually flipped it from college football to Back to the Future 2 on Entertainment Network. The conference championships are so ugly that I'm actually watching the beginning of Back to the Future 2. I've seen the movie hundreds of times, but when the games are so ugly and one-sided that I'm flipping to Back to the Future, you know you've put out a shitty product. No offense, Joey. Yeah, because they just finished airing Back to the Future 1 on Entertainment Network. The trilogy of Back to the Future is on the Entertainment Network, but the trilogy for John Wick is on the Paramount Network. And they usually air like reruns of Yellowstone and stuff. Yeah, there's actually John Wick has 4 movies. There's 4 John Wick movies. There's 4 John Wick movies, not 3. That's my fault. There's 4 John Wick movies, and they might make a 5th one, but yeah, and the Lord of the Rings trilogy's on TNT. So all these movie networks are airing trilogies. Entertainment's airing the Back to the Future trilogy, Paramount's the John Wick, and TNT the Lord of the Rings trilogy. So yeah, TNT's airing Lord of the Rings. Yeah, because I thought Star Wars was on TBS on May the 4th, but it was on TNT. It was on TNT. So I got the channels mixed up. But so yeah, if you want to watch Star Wars on May the 4th, you got to watch TNT, not PBS. So that yeah, yeah, because this is a perfect opportunity to read dawn of legacy with these games not starting yet because right now we've got a 45-10 blowout in the Big 12 championship, and it's 38. Yeah, it's 31-3 in the MAC championship, and it's 45-10 in the Big 12 championship. I mean, these are just ugly games. And they're showing a Pop Tart commercial. They're showing a Pop Tart commercial for the Pop Tarts Bowl. I mean, this is how depressing these games have gotten, that I'm being forced to watch the Entertainment Network. We better get a kick-ass MLS Cup or a kick-ass SEC championship if we have to put up with blowouts. It will not put the MLS Cup to shame. It will not put the MLS Cup to shame. It will not. Yeah, so yeah, I mean, I think your book is gonna put Jurassic Park to shame. I mean, the Jurassic Park movie was, I did not like it. Alright, I'm just going through the, yeah. The next game is the 49ers and Bears. I That's cool. 49ers Bears game, I took the Bears. The 49ers without Trent Williams at left tackle and without Nick Bosa at right end, I just don't think the Niners have a prayer. I've got the Bears winning. Joey and I both picked the Bears. Jason Tracy also picked the Bears. I'm going 34-20 Chicago. I have the Bears winning by 2 touchdowns. Aaron Brooks is also injured. So the left side of that offensive line, Trent Williams, Aaron Banks, which I think is the heart of that offensive line, Joey. Those two are both injured right now. I think that's the heart of San Francisco's offensive line. I mean, to be fair, Hargrave suffered a season-ending injury and Bosa's out. Bosa suffered Bosa's out and Hargrave's out for the year. Hargrave suffered a season-ending injury in week 7. So Hargrave's out and Bosa's out. Bosa's going to be out. Hargrave's been out since week 7. And And I think Malik Collins or other starters injured. So and McCaffrey's out for the season, and but the other running back Mason's going to be out for 4 weeks as well. And Elijah Mitchell was the number two running back on the depth chart. So McCaffrey, Mitchell, and Mason all out. So Garendo, the fourth string running back, is now starting. And what's crazy is I think the 49ers are going to beat the Rams on Thursday night next week, but they're going to lose this game. And if they don't get Williams back, I think Williams, because Williams, he missed week 13 with a he missed week 13 with a concussion. He's gotten better from that, but his kid I think died in birth, so he might be taking a personal leave. Might not be. I think he's still dealing with an injury, but I think he's also dealing with the personal leave because I think one of his kids died in birth or wedlock or something. It's very personal. It's very tragic. Well, the two the thing with the Trevor Lawrence, and I'm not trying to get off topic. Well, one thing I heard with the Trevor Lawrence concussion is that is 5 times as damaging as Tua's first concussion. It was 5 times more deadly than Tua's first concussion. 5 times. because they rushed him back after 2 games, and then he gets hit again with the concussion, and they said this 5 times as damaging, 5 times as bad as his first concussion. So, and here's the thing with the NFL, Joey. Goodell is trying like hell to move the games to 18 weeks. But here's the thing: if you go to 18 games, you either put in a second bye week, or the other option is starters only have to play 16 games, and you have to play your backups in 2 games. Which I think would be a fun plot twist if you had your backup starting 2 games, any 2 games of the year. So I agree. That's a great insight, great way to break this down. Um, I've got. Let's see here. How many more games? I think we have 2 left. We have the Sunday night game and the Monday night game. Chiefs Chargers. I did take the Chiefs to win, but Chiefs are not a lock on the site. Yeah, it's 31-3 Ohio. Both these games are blowouts, Joey. It's 45-10 Arizona State and 31-3 Ohio. Both these games are blowouts. You see why I flipped to Back to the Future too? You see why I flipped the channel? Because both these games. Yeah, yeah. The longest yard is on MTV, and the sad thing is, the longest yard is more entertaining than either one of the conference championship games. The longest yard, um, the one with Adam Sandler, the old one. Iowa State versus Arizona State, and then you got yeah. I mean, I'm watching The Longest Yard. This is more entertaining than either of the. I know it's an old movie. I've seen it already, but it's like this is at least competitive. But yeah, the Chiefs and the Chargers. This is not a lock on the site. Oren did take the Chargers. I'm taking the Chiefs, but I have them going to overtime. 26-20, beating the Chargers in overtime. They get the ball first. We know how it is. Mahomes, Herbert takes Mahomes to overtime in Arrowhead like Baker Mayfield did. But Mahomes gets the ball first, and the Chargers won't get a chance to score. Texas Tech, but yeah. Chiefs won the coin toss, and that's how I think the Sunday night game is going to go. I think it's going to go to overtime, and the Chiefs are going to win on a coin. They're going to get a coin toss, and everyone and the Herbert's going to know the game's over. He's going. I think he's going to be more humble about it than Baker was, but I think that's exactly how this game's going to end up going. No, he's not. He's going to lose. You're trying. I get Baker's a formidable opponent, but you're trying to steal some of the glory from Justin Herbert. This is Herbert's shot against Mahomes. Baker will get another shot against Mahomes. I think 62 is going to be Allen over Mayfield in Atlanta. I think Atlanta. That's where we'll see Baker's first Super Bowl. I don't know if he get Mahomes if it's the thing. Yeah, and that's a Sunday night game. The AFC West, they're in the same division. They're in the AFC West, and this is a Sunday night game, Joey. I think it's going to go to overtime like the Chiefs Buccaneers game. The Chiefs are going to get the ball first, and they're going to win on touchdown. That's how it's going to end. They are still the team to beat until they get beaten in January. They are still the team to beat. You can hate them, but they are still the team to beat until they lose in January. As much as you'd like to see Baker beat Mahomes or the Lions winning a feel good story, until the Chiefs get knocked out, they're still the champs, and they might three-peat this year. They might. I'm not saying they will. I'm saying they might. I've got the Buccaneers as the seventh seed, losing the Eagles in the wild card, which would suck for you because it's like you want to see Baker go further than the wild card. See, right now your hierarchy for most fun is Lions at one, Baker at two, and then the Commanders at three. That's your hierarchy for fun in the NFC. And anything besides that, it would be a letdown for you. Anything besides those three in the conference title will be a letdown. Like if we get a Falcons Eagles NFC title, that is going to be a less massive letdown for you as a fan. You'll put up with it. You'll be objective about the game, but it'll be a letdown for you at this point. Yep. And then the final game, I thought Warren picked the Chargers to beat the Chiefs. I got to fix that because it's got because this has Orrin picking the Chiefs on the site, but I remember he picked the Chargers when messaging me as winners. So I'm gonna fix that really quickly, and then we'll get to the Monday night game, which is Bengals Cowboys, and yeah, that's a lock. Everybody picked the Bengals, but I am gonna fix that before we get to that game. I don't know how long this will take. I don't know why my computer's being so slow right now, but once we fix that, I will get to the final game. Yeah. Okay, so the final game is Bengals Cowboys. Trent Brown came back for the game against the Steelers. The Bengals offense looked incredible. Their defense has not been very good. I mean, is the Bengals defense so putrid that if Cooper Rush got injured, Trey Lance could throw a few touchdowns on this defense? I'm not saying he wouldn't have any turnovers. I think he would, but do you think Trey Lance could throw for two touchdowns on this Bengals defense? Are the Bengals that putrid in your opinion, Joey? Yeah. So they already got swept by the Ravens. They already got swept by the Ravens. Yeah, they played the Ravens in week 5, and they played the Ravens on Thursday Night Football. They lost both games. restart the device. But yeah, we are signing off on Restream. I want to thank our 24 listeners on X, one on YouTube, one